Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing today? Um, doop-a-doo, da-ba-da. There we go. How are you doing today? Today is job quests. I've got Stormblood job quests to do for Brain, Bard, and Scholar today. Hello, hello, Thyrus. How are you doing? You doing good? Ah, my dear Oshato. How good of you to pay me a visit, and a timely one at that. Our friend Sanson, with whom you journeyed, I met with him but recently, and it pleases me to say that his labours have finally borne fruit. Aye, his proposal for a unit in cooperating bards has received formal approval. Even as we speak, he is rounding up members for the unit's inaugural mission. Hello, Honeybee. How are you doing? You doing good? Now, during our conversation, Sanson mentioned that he had a favor to ask of you. In case you haven't yet heard from him, mayhap you could seek him out first. You are like to find him at Quiver's Hold. Hello, Rambling Dragon. Welcome in. Ba-da-da-da. Still on the moon. Are you rushing it for rushing it for Evercold when the like all the new relics and new stuff comes out and the moon becomes a very unpopular place to be? Because that's what's going to happen from what I hear. I don't know how the moon works. I've never been there. Oh, okay. I heard people talk about like it not being as viable or something after like the area changes because people would be moving away from it, but if you don't need other people for it, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, my chat thing's not there. There we go. Oh, Shato, so good to see you. Hard work has paid off, my friend. I've received permission to establish my Bard unit. Moreover, we've already been assigned our first mission. I couldn't be more pleased, save for one practical concern. Our new recruits yet lack the experience to embark on an honest-to-God's mission. Hello! Did you spend a few extra days there? In German? It was in Germany, right? In seeking to fill our ranks, I immediately thought of you, Chateau. You are an exemplary. You are an exemplary. You are an exemplary among bards. I should be greatly heartened for your participation in our maiden outing. What happened to your first flight? Why did it get delayed? I've also taken the liberty of requesting Gudelot's transfer to the unit. With your combined experience and skill, we are bound to leave a splendid first impression. Oh, okay. Just one of those things? I can't wait till I get to experience, like, patch day as a thing. Because, like, at the moment, patch day is meaningless to me. It's like... It's cool. But I can't wait to experience patch day properly. A Dutch airline bought out by the French from leaving Germany going to England? Oh my god. Europe. Oh, this was Amsterdam. Okay. So you had a layover in Amsterdam. Did you have fun in Amsterdam at least? Now then, I will go receive my orders from Commander. Fucking French. Hulot? Huloy? Huloy. I mean, it stinks of weed here and it's not legal. I will go to receive my orders from Commander Huey. May I assume that you will join me? May I say that I too have a vested interest in young Sanson's success. I should be personally grateful were you to lend him your aid, Chateau. I can't speak today, apparently. What an outfit. But the important question, did you have fun at FanFest? Oh no, drama. Was it just that you just didn't get on, or like they did something really bad? They caused trouble. Ah, I see, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's no fun. Damn, what a what a way to go above and beyond. If it isn't Lieutenant Jacquia, by all means you were instrumental in the success of Captain Smith's previous expedition. We are glad for your cooperation. Now then, allow me to brief you on the mission. Our order has received an anonymous letter, one that makes certain claims. We would have your unit verify the truth of it. There's a tome that holds a damning secret pertaining to the Autumn War. Should you desire it, send your most capable nut to the 9 Ivies. I will be waiting. The war between Gridania and Alamigo? But that ended 100 years ago. I labor to imagine what secret could exist that should be so damning even now. Might this not be an ill-conceived prank, Commander? Our leadership believes it likely, to be sure, but it is not a risk they are willing to take. Nay, not with the winds of public sentiment blowing as they are. You all know that our order is involved in the Alliance relief efforts to the recently liberated Alamigo. Wait. Has the text changed in this then? Because this would have been happening at the start of Stormblood, so this line shouldn't be the recently liberated, should it? Or am I crossing my timeline up somewhere? Well, there are those among the citizenry that disapprove. A small but determined factor that refuses to forget the wrongs of a century past. They still view Alamigo as the enemy, and ardently oppose our reaching out to a hand of succor. Not potentially incendiary. Jeez, that was a mouthful. Can be allowed to stoke the people's discontent. And we must move quickly. Your mission is to make contact with the letter's sender and ascertain the nature of the secret. You call that a mission? A bloody errand, more like. Couldn't be asked to handle it yourselves, so you foisted upon the eager new unit. Hello, Cutelo. And if the secret proves inconvenient for Gridania, what then? Will you sweep it under the rug? Along with all of our hard work? Cutelo, mind your tongue. Hello, Graham. We're doing alright. How are you? You are addressing a superior officer. Ah, so you are the famous Cutelo. Worry not, my friend. Whatever the secret turns out to be, I give you my personal assurance that you and yours will receive due credit for its discovery. That's good enough for me. It's been forever since me and Oshato last performed together, and I just want to enjoy the moment. No complicating factors, you know? The Autumn War is an emotional subject for Gridanians, the older generation especially, and for us bards it is also notable for the involvement of singing archers. In the course of your mission, I dare say there will be much to reflect upon, and many opportunities to grow. I wish the 3 of you the best of luck. Without further ado, let us make haste to the 9 Ivies, before Cutelo can exercise any more indiscretion. A friendly reminder to all, if you would like a cool unicorn mount, if you do gift subs for people playing Final Fantasy XIV, you can redeem one in-game. If you haven't already done it. I know the promotion's been out for a couple of days, so I imagine a lot of people have already done it. Potentially, that could be the connection. The gift subs is because of this promotion, I imagine, because there's been a lot of gift subbing around because of this promotion. But the connection could be people I've raided, or just people that you've poked into, or people that other people have raided that you watch. I don't know exactly how the like the randomized gift subbing thing actually works, but I know it pulls from like current viewers and people that have watched before. I've gotten gift subs for places that I've never even heard of, so. Oh, okay. I'm not sure. I get gift subs randomly all the time. Hold on. Like, if I drop down my... So, before the other day, I had... I got a gift sub 4 days ago. I got another gift sub 5 days ago. I got another gift sub 7 days ago. I got another gift sub 8 days ago. Yeah, I just get them randomly. I'm assuming it's people that I watch have raided while I've been like AFK, because I do that a lot where like a lot of people that I watch, if I can't actually just watch their stream, I will pretty much still always open the stream up and just have it running. Well met, friends. I am Norval, humble citizen of Gridania, and I see you received my letter. We've come as you bid, the tome, if you would be so kind. But I never said that I had it, and to be clear, I do not. What? So then, why did you summon us here? Patience, my friends, I will explain. You see, like many Gridanians, I have an ancestor who fought in the Autumn War. 'Twas he who first learned of this tome in question, after the fighting had ended. In turn, I learned of it from my parents. And since then, I've dreamed of poring over its pages. Alas, it lies deep within Alamegan territory. I was resigned never to have the chance. But then the brave soldiers of the Alliance took Belsar's wall, and the way was made clear. When I heard the tidings, the flames of my boyhood passion were rekindled. Finally, I can fulfill my dream. Or so I told myself, before I thought better of it. I'm no soldier, you see, and the prospect of wandering a war-ravaged land in search of a tome is, frankly, unrealistic. That is why I decided to reach out to your order for cooperation. Based on my parents' account, I'm confident that I can track down the tome, and I will help you find it. I ask only that you take me with you. So what say you? I am but a commoner. I know little of the ways of nations, but it seems to me such secrets as the tome conceals could be harmful to diplomatic relations. Is this not so? So, if we wish to find the tome, we must agree to your company. Quite a demand to make of your nation. I kind of like the fact that Gudalo just always turns up in a new outfit. Every time we see Gudalo in a new area, he's wearing something different. It's kind of cool. You've got stones, that's for sure. I like it. A raid? Hello, Materia. How is your stream? I was lurking for most of it. I had been unable to watch properly, but I was there. I am now... Hold on, let me close the tab of now myself. But thank you for the raid. Did you have fun? Did the Raiders, did you have fun with Media's stream? Are you serious? A civilian is essentially holding us to ransom, and you praise him for his stones? Look at it this way. We didn't know the tome existed, nor have we the faintest way to look for it. Better to have help than to fumble about blind, I reckon. Come on, Ashato, back me up here. He sure has stones. You too, Ashato. Our appearance is truly that important to a bard. Setting aside this talk of stones for a moment, I'll not deny that we would struggle without Norval's knowledge. Very well. We agree to your terms, and here is ours. You must obey our orders at all times. To the letter, sir. You shan't regret bringing me on. First, we'll make for Castrum Oriens, presently held by the Order of the Twin Atta. Thence, we shall make our way into the unknown.
Good smell. Flavor.
No, actually, that could work there. Maybe I put a little box around it or something. No, hold on. We make it bigger. And we take this part away. How are you doing, Tiffany? How do I put like a box? Can I put like a solid box or something behind? You just finished work? Color. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I broke it. Hold on. I'll try to fix it. No. What am I grabbing? Hold on. Now, how do I make this not this? No, I wanna move you in a different thing. Stupid. I give up on that. I'll just leave it there, it's fine. Where am I going? Castrum Oriens, that's right. But yeah, you just finished work. Oh yeah. Rambling Dragon, are you still here? Of the armies of the four nations, united under one banner and one purpose. A sight to stir the spirit. It was you that just started this game a few days ago, correct? Or was that someone else? A 7-stream streak? I always have to think about how to say that so hard. Stream streak. 7-stream streak. Slight tongue twister. If you can work out how to braid a 2-dimensional image, sure. Yeah, that's yeah. I was wondering how you were getting on. So doing your first training dungeon with NPCs. So that's level 16 dungeon? Question mark? Well, where to now? Pray do not be hasty, Master Sanson. Before we venture... Before we venture into the wilds of Girabania, we would do well to acquaint ourselves with the lay of the land. As a serpent captain, it should be a simple matter if you secure permission for us to remain here, just long enough to get our bearings. I suppose it would only be prudent. He seems to be way more competent than what he is letting on. I was wondering what you were talking about being late. And I'll get right to bonding with the locals. I always wanted to compare songs from the Four Nations. And the liquor besides. Yeah, MSQ, like doing MSQ, and especially in the early stages when you're just kind of like getting your footing and doing a bunch of random stuff, you'll outlevel kind of your general pace quite easily. It'll even back out eventually. Master Gudalo is quite a character, isn't he? Aye, that he is. Pay him no mind. Now then, I will make my own inquiries. In the meantime, you are to lay low and refrain from bothering the garrison. Understood? Shato, Gudalot and I shall tend to business here. Pray take your ease until we are ready to depart. Obviously, as well, there will be spoilers if you continue to be in the stream here. But as I found, a lot of the spoilers that you'll get when you're that early in the game, when you have absolutely no idea what is going on, will be entirely meaningless to you, and not even be spoilers. They're that meaningless to you. But I will just, you know, make sure I iterate that there is a spoiler warning on anything that I'm doing. But no, I did find that when I was watching some streamers when I first started as well. I was like, this is so far ahead of what I'm doing that this isn't even a spoiler to me. I have no context for what's going on. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Norval might be an even bigger pain than Gudalo. Despite my express instructions to keep out of the garrison's way, what does he go and do but bother every single soldier about? And now everyone here looks at us askance. I bought a tome to record mission details, but instead I'm filling it with the names of those who I must apologize. I'm sorry if I've caused trouble, but it's just simply more efficient that I make the inquiries myself. What a man says amounts only to half the story. How he says it gives you the rest. Besides, I feel compelled to make up for Master Gudalo. All he seems to be doing is drinking and singing. Well, appearances can be deceiving with him. He has his own way acquiring information. Speaking of which, I'm curious as to what he has learned. Chateau, might I ask you to look around the castrum for him? I'll keep a close eye on Norval in the meantime. It is. It's definitely a good experience to do, like, blind. I'm not doing anything to do with the main story at the moment, so you are safe from, like, story spoilers. I'm doing job quests, so this is the, like, specifically the job quest thing. quests to do with the job storylines. If I remember correctly, you were a arcanist? Sanson wants to know what I know, does he? Well, might be as I've learned a thing or two, but I ain't ready to share 'em yet. Still need to clear up some details. See, I'm not one for unfinished tales. It ain't Bardley, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Seeing as you're here, though, there is something I could use a hand with. Of late, masked bandits have been terrorizing the area. Not even Alliance soldiers are safe, it seems. The brazen bastards set upon a patrol just upon the other day. And now, a twin Adder scout's late to return, and chances are the bandits are at it again. I want you to go and check things out. I'd go myself, but I need to keep an eye on our friend Norval. He's been acting queer since we got here. Yeah, I don't trust him either. He seems too competent for what he was letting on. There'll be more to tell later. But for now, you'd best be on your way. The soldier was bound for Schism, the ruins to the northeast of here. What do you mean northeast? Oh, bound for Schism. That is not Schism. That is bound for Schism. That is Schism. That is indeed not. There's a tree in my way. How are you finding the class so far? Ah. I also quite like botany. What's this one again? Oh, that's just a single attack. Thank you. They fell upon me with nary a warning. They knew I was coming. We alter our patrol routes on a regular basis, but they knew. What's more, it was as though they were barring my way. But now's not the time for speculation. I must take word of this back to my superiors. My thanks again, friend. What level's your botanist? Yeah, early on it is. As you level it up, it'll get shaken up with a few things, but for Arcanist at least, the core rotation stays the same. There's a few classes in the game that as you level them up, the core rotation changes. But I feel like Arcanist, at least to the level that I've gotten up with it, it stays reasonably steady the whole time. Well, steady, the same basis. There you are, Rishato. So, what happened? Was it the bandits after all? Damn, going hard on that then. Masked bandits in the area? And you had an encounter with them? Thank the matron you did not come to harm. If you get to, ooh. Thank you for the gift subs. If you got a gift sub, say thank you. Make sure you say thank you. But thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your unicorn. I will. Thank you very much. What was I saying? I was saying to Dragon, that's right. If you have gotten to the point in the story where you join a grand company, there is an item you can get from the grand company that when you use it, it boosts your XP gain for your gatherer classes. I think there's also one for your crafting classes as well, or it might be the same item, I'm not sure. I haven't really touched the crafting classes yet, so I'm not 100% on that. But if you wanted to get more XP for your gatherer classes, that's a way to do it. Masked bandits in the area, and you had an encounter with them. Thank the matron you did not come to harm. Good lot, why did you not see fit to share this with us? Well, I knew it was nothing Oshato couldn't handle alone. Besides, I had some business of my own, someone to keep an eye on. I cannot imagine who that might be, Master Gyulo. I owe you an apology. I had assumed in that you had not been doing your work. Unorthodox though your methods may be, there is no doubting their efficacy. Ain't no trick to what I do. Everyone's got a song what's close to their hearts, and with a bit of camaraderie in the cups, they'll tell you what it is. Then I strum 'em up. Then I strum 'em their song over a heart to fart, is all. Yeah, I think you get to, is it you do your Grand Company joining quest at about level 20. Like, obviously you're level 20 now, but, like quest level 20, once your quest levels have hit about 20. Or is it 30? I forget. I was like, wait, who said cool? Oh, you did. Thanks to Gyulo, we were able to learn of the recent incidents. So I asked you, will you not have a little faith in us? I'm not certain I understand. Look, Norval, we've made a stop here at your request, that we might gather information for our search. But not once did you tell us what it is we should look for. By now we have more than a solid grasp of the region beyond. What should we do next? Oh my, did I neglect to tell you? My profoundest apologies. The tome we seek, it is said to rest in a place connected with Gilbard? The general who led the Alamican forces during the Autumn War. There we go, yeah. Congratulations on your gift sub. But yeah, if you didn't know that there's a promotion going on that if you do 3 gift subs to a streamer, you get a mount in game, or you get a code through Twitch rewards that you can then redeem in Final Fantasy for a unicorn mount. It is a rainbow unicorn mount, I believe. Hold on. I'm gonna find a picture of it so I can put it on my stream. I don't actually have it. I don't know why I was expecting to be able to find, like, a clear background PNG so easily of this image, but no. You get one of these. Why are you slow blinking at me like that, Graham? Now that you mention it, the masked bandits appeared on the way to the schism, and Gilbarde was a known devotee of the Fist of Ralgir. Just taking a wild stab here, but might be as they are also after the tome? An unsettling notion. Should that be the case, we haven't any time to waste. I will go and make some inquiries immediately. No, wait, I didn't give you permit. Leave him. There's something you two need to know. A funny unicorn. And also the little sly kind of wink wink nudge nudge thing. That I might also just be wrong on this wink wink nudge nudge thing. The code you get is only redeemable for one character, I believe. So if you want to get the mount on multiple characters, you need to get more codes. I think. So if you're a person who has lots of characters and you want the mount on all of them, yeah. So the wink wink nudge nudge is if you've already got it for a character but you want it for other characters, you can do the gift subs here. I got this from a soldier, but Norval's been sneaking outside the castrum while our backs were turned. Bastard's been acting right fishy since we got here, and he tensed up good when the subject of the masked bandits came up. Whatever his true motives may be, we must bring them to light. Rather than reel him in, let's give him some sort of line to act. There is no telling what Norval will do next. While we keep watch, please see that you are ready to deal with anything. Did you have a long day at work, Graham? Getting a little delirious. Oh yeah, can you only get the drop once per account? Okay, my wink wink nudge nudge might not actually work then. If you can only get the drop once per account. Once per Twitch account. We have continued our surveillance of Norval's activities. It is beyond a shadow of a doubt that he has ulterior motive. An ulterior motive. In order to find the tome, it's past time we took our search to the field. But always he finds an excuse to stall. Whenever I suggest investigating the ruins or that, he will inevitably claim we haven't enough information. 'Tis plain he doesn't want us out there. Nay, bastard wants all that outside goodness for himself. But try as we might, we haven't been able to find where he sneaks off to. Warier than a bird, that one. Meanwhile, the masked bandits continue ambushing Alliance patrols, and they always knew exactly where and when to strike. It is as though they have insider knowledge of patrol routes. The only explanation being there is a mole in the garrison, leaking them intelligence. And who could that mole be, save for Norval? Every move of his marks him as the prime subject. I'm really struggling to read today, apparently. I'm just skipping words. We know little and less of Norval's plot, but it can only lead to ill. We must need bring it to light, and swiftly, before he can do any more harm. Ah, okay, so you can't get the drop multiple times. You definitely can't get the drop multiple times on more than one Twitch account. Even if you do, like, your 3 subs to different streamers. That's a shame. To that end, Gudelo and I have been keeping Norval close, allowing him no chance to act. By now, he will be positively itching to rendezvous with his accomplices. And this is where you come in, Oshato. We need you to feed Norval some false information that I am in an alliance meeting and Gudelo a drunken stupor. Our man will not pass up the chance to sneak out, and he is like to do so with greater haste than usual. This will afford us an opening to shadow him to his destination. Drunken stupor, really? Not so flattering, I know, but you can't deny that it's believable. Now then, Oshato, pray go to Norval and plant our misinformation. Once you have done so, come back and meet us outside the castrum. Ba 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 da 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 da. I've seen a few. There's been a few the streamers that I've poked my head into the streams and seen. They've been raking in the subs with this promotion. There's so many. Both of them unavailable, and there I was ready to strike out on the trail of a promising lead. Well, disappointing though it is, the search will have to wait. Now, if you will excuse me, I have some business to attend to. It worked, my friend. Norval rushed out of the castrum not a moment ago. He was headed east, toward a ruin called Kehem. Gudelo trails him even as we speak. Come, let us join the chase. Bum 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 bum. Instance. It's a good old-fashioned tryst. Let's have a peek, shall we? We have it, my lord. Turned it up among his retainer's possessions. At long last. Gilbard's journal. And not a moment too soon. I just about outstayed my welcome at the garrison. When that adventurer caught us falling upon the patrol, I had feared that the game was up. But thankfully, the other two were blind fools, all this time watching me, and they didn't see a thing. We've only skirmed the tome, but it seems you were right about what happened to Lord Vinchelon. Was there ever any doubt? Once we return to Gridania and make this knowledge public, none shall harbour so much as a shred of sympathy for Alamico. Now, that should pave the way for us to propagate Lord Vinchelon's will and advance our agenda. At last, we've uncovered Norval's purpose, and the tome is right before our eyes, no less. Commander Huey spoke of a faction that vehemently opposes our aiding Alamigo. I dare say we have found them. But how did Norval come to lead such a crew? And what is this toast of Vinchelon? What, the Gridanian general sung about in nigh 100 songs? Who led our forces against Gilbert in the Autumn War? Only to die of an illness before the fighting was over. Aye, the very same. Having lost his leadership, we would have lost the war entirely had the other nations not come to our aid. Don't know about the rest of you, but it seems our damning little secret pertains to Vinchelon. And Norval seeks to use it to stoke the fires of anti-Alamigan sentiment to some sinister end. This cannot be borne. We cannot let them have the journal. Are you with me? We've taken our eyes off of them. They, like, for all we know, they could just be gone now. Like, we just stopped looking at them for a good couple of minutes. Fire, 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 fire. Backflip. I have the backflip. This guy seems pretty strong. Lots of hit points at least. He'll probably get away. What the fuck are you even doing? What was the, like, bonus effect on this song? Or just his weapon skill, cast time, and recast time? Where the fuck do you think you're going? Maybe he's not getting away. We got him. He dead. Well, not dead. We'll see if he gets away in a cutscene. The book! Perhaps you're not such blind fools after all. Very well, take your journal. I take it, read it, know the vile crime the Alamegans committed against Lord Venchelon, against my own blood, and see the folly of aiding such honourless people. What do you mean, your own blood? I mean, what do you mean, what do you mean? That's kind of obvious. Venchelon was his ancestor. He said he had an ancestor that fought in the war. Did I mishear? Did he just say that Venchelon was his ancestor? Aye, that's what it sounded like. Venchelon, the folk hero loved by all, celebrated in countless songs. And that Pain in the Rear's his descendant? Never would have guessed. Any road. We've got bigger concerns. Let's see what this musty old tome's hiding. To Venchelon, I extended an invitation to negotiate peace. The meeting must be in secret, I explained, for not all of my officers share my view. My opponent accepted, and arrived at the appointed hour. Peace? Everybody knows there was no peace, officer. How's this about? It was a trap. He was poisoned. Wait, it continues. Without suspicion, he took his seat, and without suspicion, he drank the poisoned wine. The effect was swift and sure, and within moments the man lay dead at my feet. Wait, Venchelon was murdered? By poison? To this day, Lord Venchelon remains an object of worship among Gridanians. Were they to learn of this, it would pose a serious and ongoing impediment to diplomatic relations. There's no denying that some Alamegans did terrible things in the past, but what Norval's trying to do ain't no better. Might be he's after the truth, but nothing will good come from this. Certainly not any decent songs. The truth. Tell me, Gudalot, when we surrender this journal to our superiors, what do you think they would do with the knowledge? The seed seers aside, I reckon the brass hats of the adder's nest would want to cover it up, bury it nice and deep and pretend it never existed. Aye, nor would I put it past them to exploit the knowledge to gain leverage in dealing with Alamigo. But whatever they may do is none of our concern, is it? Duty compels us to hand the journal over to headquarters. You're the leader of our merry band, Sanson, and duty compels me to obey your orders. Shite though they often are, you decide whether we hand the journal over or not. Gudalot would entrust this decision to me, but what of you, Oshato? We all should decide. No, forgive me this uneasy display. Gudalot has the right of it. As the leader, mine is the burden of decision. At any rate, this ain't the place for moral dilemmas. Let's get ourselves back to the castrum before Noval and his mates decide they want to have another go. Teleportation! Gudalo has disappeared somewhere in the castrum, giving me room to ponder matters I shouldn't doubt. I have read through Guildbear's journal, and I'm afraid there's no two ways about it. He summoned Venturelon under the pretense of peace, and then slew him with poison. However, one mystery remains. It appears one of Venturelon's sons was present at the fateful meeting. Landrinel was his name, and he narrowly escaped with his life, but instead of crying bloody murder, he announced that his sire had died of illness. Here is a man who witnessed his own flesh and blood slain, and in the most underhanded manner, yet he concealed the truth. Why did he do this? I do not understand. But it avails us not to agonize over the motives of those who lived in the past. Nay, our quandary concerns the future. For the future of both nations, the truth is best kept buried. No good can come of digging it up. 'Tis crystal clear what must be done. And yet, though my mind sees the logic, my heart rebels against the idea. Forgive me, Oshato. It seems I require more time to think about it. The instant we hand Gilbard's journal to headquarters, the truth of Venturelon's death is all but guaranteed to be struck from history. I've thought long and hard on a course of action. What we should do with the tome, and I believe I'm drawing close to the answer. Before I make my decision, however, I would ask your honest opinion. Do you think the sordid truth of the Autumn War should be made public knowledge, even should it jeopardize our relation with Alamigo? Ascertain its credibility. Verily, a sound choice demands a sound grasp of the situation. As ever, you are an island of calm reason amidst a sea of chaos. I mean, my thoughts on there would be also like, if it is true, sit on the information for a little bit until stuff with Alamigo is kind of like settled and then release it. Thank you, Oshato. As the leader of our units, I am now ready to make my decision. Let us find Gudalo. He will wish to hear it too. Oh, what? I gained a follower at some point. Ah! It was Raya, the person who was giving out the subs before. I didn't get a notification that that they followed. So, you've made up your mind then about what to do with the truth? I have. I shall go to the Adder's Nest and entrust the journal to our superiors. Care. Above all, we cannot allow it to be used as an instrument of hatred. Having said that, neither will I stand for the truth to be erased. I will oppose any attempt to do so with all my being. I'm not sure I understand. What do you want to do exactly? I will hand over the journal on the condition that the truth be revealed one day, when the people are ready to accept it. That's what I was saying. Call me indecisive, but I cannot bear to see the tome misused, nor the truth willfully buried. Well, well, look at you, Sanson the Stiff, standing his ground. Goes without saying, but I'm with you, Chief. Ain't no one gonna exploit or erase history on my watch. Thank you, my friends, for trusting in me. Don't let it get to your head, though, eh? Had your decision not been to my liking, I would have knocked you flat on your ass and resigned you from your swiveling unit. So much for you to decide. Never change, Gudalo. Captain Sanson, right? Some fellow asked me to pass this letter to you. It'll be from Norval. This is from Norval. The journal is yours to do with as you wish, but ere you take it away, I would speak with Oshato, and Oshato alone, one last time. I will await you in Dimworld, by the Precipitant one. This reeks. Tell me it don't. But if it's a trap, why would Norval ask for the strongest of all of us? He may truly have something important to say. Conveniently, it would also offer us a chance to convey our intent. I am loath to expose you to danger, my friend, but will you go to this meeting? Yeah, he's trying to lure the strongest one away so he can ambush the other two. I don't like the idea of you going alone, but that'll defeat the purpose of the meeting. At the first sign of danger, though, get out of there. Fast. Alright? I've had some very bad heartburn the last couple of days. One moment. Take an antacid. That's the word I was looking for. Alright. To the sky! No, the sky. There we go. Boom. Da 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 da. Oh wow, look, it's a trap. Who would have guessed? Not me, that's for sure. Now I'm assuming when I get back up here, someone's going to have stolen the journal. Because I wasn't there. Ah, you're back. But where's Sanson? Another letter arrived right after you left. Asked for him to come as well. You're really alone then? Swivel me. You were just the diversion. Sanson was the real target. No fucking shit! I thought I'd be alright seeing as you were there, but I should have gone as well. God strike me down for a fool. If you didn't see Sanson, they must have nabbed him on the way to Dimworld. Come on, we have to find him. Damn, that one was just real stupid. I don't know what the fuck you thought was gonna happen. Sanson's book was lying here. I left a message in blood. the goddamn mummers. We have your friend, and we will send our price to the Adder's Nest. The Whoreson can take his ransom and shove it up his arse, and we're gonna storm their hideout, tear them all new ones, and free Sanson. Damn it, Oshato, how can you always be so calm? It's downright contagious. And you're right, of course. If we charge in, we'll be putting Sanson at risk. We need help if we're going to save him. Come on, let's hurry back to Gridania, to the Adder's Nest. I've just reported the situation. They're gonna call a meeting to talk strategy. As for Gilbert's journal, I'm still holding on to it. I told him it's for the chief to hand over. They were none too pleased. Fancy that. You see, unlike our friend Sanson, I don't have much faith in the Order. Don't trust him to act in our best interests. The journal's our bargaining chip. Not only with them, but with Norval besides. It would be good to bring old Jehantel into it as well. He'd want to know, and might even have some sage advice to share. But for now, we sit tight. Wait and see what the Order and Norval will do. Then we plan some things of our own. Till then, rest up, save your strength. Shadow, we're going to need it. And then last quest gets me an upgrade to Straight Shot. Good timing, Ashato. Overall's demands just arrived at the Adder's Nest. In exchange for Sanson's freedom, we are to release the contents of Gilbard's journal to the public. Bastard won't be satisfied until all Gridanians hate all Alamegan's guts. The brass hat's deliberating on a course of action as we speak. Not much we can do now, but wait. Command has made its decision. You will not wish to hear this, but the Order rejects Norval's demands. He and his band are to be summarily eliminated. What? Hold on a second. You won't even try to negotiate Sanson's release? As a nation, we cannot bow to the acts of intimidation. I'm afraid negotiation was never an option. But here I must repeat the order for you to relinquish the journal at once. So what you're saying is, you're abandoning Sanson. You're going to let him die. Here's the great Vainchalon, hero to all Gridanians, but you won't even lend an ear to his descendant. Oh no, instead you choose the easy way out. Just kill everyone, even your own man. Wash away the bloody past with more blood. Just to be clear, I ain't siding with Norval. There's no excusing his method, but there's no excusing yours either. It's bullshit, that's what it is. Now, pray do not be so quick to despair, for I was simply relaying the outcome of Command's deliberation. A deliberation in which the Elder Seedseer has no part. As you say, Cutelot, the orders are bullshit. Not the words I would have chosen, but you speak the truth nonetheless. And I, for one, have no intention of abiding by them. The decision was largely influenced by a small handful of our leadership, and not the boldest handful, if I may add. Tis plain from the fact that they did not think to bring the matter before the Elder Seedseer. Captain Smith is a dear comrade. Like you, I would spare no aid in effort and rescue him. I would spare no aid in any effort to rescue him, and I am pleased to say that we are not alone in this sentiment. As a matter of fact, I have already reached out to my Lancer and Archer acquaintances. and they stand ready to aid our cause. Now we're talking. There's still hope for the Order if it has good blokes like you, Vorse. I would thank you not to call me that. Now. The Order will move as soon as they ascertain the enemy's location. So time is of the essence, Gudlo. Pray take word of these developments to Jehentil. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Jacques, I need you to bear word to the two guildmasters, Lucien and Wayne. Tell them the time is nigh, and pray return here swiftly. Excuse me. The time is nigh, then. Very well, we shall make ready to depart at once. When the call came, full many here offered their bows. There is not a soul who knows not of you and Jehentil. There is not a soul here who knows not of you and Jehentil and Gudlo. Together, let us rescue Sanson. Needs to swap those, obviously. Actually, that goes there. Eorzea has briefed me on the situation. Sanson once trained in these very halls. I should like to hear his excuse for being captured so easily. At any rate, you may count on our lances. That Sanson was one of our own is reason enough. This request comes from both you and my longtime friend, Eorzea himself. Back to the plaza. There you are. Not a moment too soon. Things have begun to move. Our scouts report that Norval and his band have since returned to the Twelveswood. They have made their lair in North Shroud, near the shores of Dalmud. Even as we speak, the Order mobilizes a unit for an assault. We must be there ahead of them. Set out at once, and make first for Alder Springs. I shall instruct the others to join you there. I will remain here to stall our forces as long as I can. Godspeed. This way we go. I just run them all over with my bulldozer. It'll be fine. Phew, we're ahead of the Twin Adder crew. Let's keep it that way and get right to work. Our guild friends will take down the sentries and secure the area. We're free to get close to Norval and give them the thrashing he deserves. Well, well. I was not expecting you two. Here to deliver the Gridanian's answer, are we? You wish. You craven whoreson. Whatever your demands are, it ain't got nothing to do with us. So, you were acting alone? I thought you had some wits. Or do you care that little for your friend? Kill Sanson before you get your answer, and all deals are off. Everything you've worked up to and smoke. Or do you care that little for your goal? Maybe you have some wits after all. But clever though your ploy may be, have you the strength to back it up? Oh, don't you worry on that score. We're gonna knock you around so hard, all the scales will fall from your eyes. And if that ain't enough to make you see clearly, I'll even slap in a song. Something lively to wake you up from your misguided beliefs. Fire AoE, fire AoE, fire, 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 and dead. Can stop doing AoE now. What was he doing? He's doing a thing. Keep hitting him. He's doing a thing again. Get him. We did it. That felt really abrupt. Why do you not understand? Why do you not see the Alomegans for the filth that they are? Let each spear be the thrust for everlasting peace. Let each arrow be loosed for the far... I was reading that! That song. How do you know it? I learned it just recently, with a spot of help from Jehantel here. He showed me Venchelon's grave, which I understand your family has been tending to for generations. The song was engraved on the headstone. It's a fine piece, and it ain't hard to see why your ancestor loved it. Taking out arms that we might have peace. So the words go. Words that came from Venchelon himself, as a matter of fact. The Autumn War gave birth to a good many anthems, and a good many of them borrowed his words. Take a look. You'll notice a recurring theme: peace and harmony. How dare you preach to me of my ancestor? For generations my family has sought justice for Lord Venchelon. You couldn't possibly comprehend our pain. Not us, perhaps, but I dare say your great-grandsire, Lord Landrinel, could comprehend it better than any man. He witnessed his own sire murdered before his eyes. He knew the painful truth, yet he chose to keep it a secret. Why was this, do you suppose? It is because he knew, above all else, his sire desired peace. Had it been made known that their hero was struck down by treachery, ordinary Gridanians would not have been satisfied with protecting their homes. Nay, they would have demanded justice. They would have demanded blood. The war would have raged on, leaving yet more death and destruction in its wake, and the peace that Lord Venchelon dreamed of would have gone up in smoke. Knowing this, Lord Landrinel... Spare me your lies. Lord Venchelon desired Alamigo's destruction. You cannot tell me otherwise. Tell me, young man, did it not strike you as odd that I knew of Lord Venchelon's grave, that which your family has kept secret all these years? The explanation is simple. I had the honor of knowing Lord Landrinel. Like you, he admired Lord Venchelon and everything he stood for. And what he stood for, first of all, was peace in harmony. If you would honor both their memories, you would do well to honor these ideals. No, this cannot be. My ancestors despised Alamegans. Yes, they all did. If not, everything I've labored for, all the blood and tears have been for naught. I ask not that you forgive, but know that neither will we forget. When the time is right, I will see to it that all know of Lord Venchelon's great sacrifice. This I swear in Nofika's name. I ask only that you believe, as your ancestors fervently did, in a brighter future, one of our own shaping, undarkened by shadows of the past. Worry not, Oshato. I am quite well. Thanks to you and Gyudalo, it ended with only a few cuts and bruises. But ere I may rest, I must see to one last task, making good on my promise to Norval. Come, let us return to the Adder's Nest. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Commander. I have Gilbard's journal with me, and I will surrender it on one condition. Once the veracity of the tome's contents is ascertained, the Order must make the truth public knowledge when the time is right. That's all it needs, is a nod. On this, we are of a mind, Captain Smith. Not only will I relay your terms to our leaders, I will speak strongly in favor of them. But know that mine is but one voice, and more shall be needed if we are to strengthen our cause. As such, you must rise through the ranks swiftly to stand with me. Stand with you? I fear it will take me a while to attain that honor, to be fooled and taken captive so easily. I am still green as summer grass. It is true that the success of this mission is owed much to Lieutenant Jacques, and you would do well to give him your profuse thanks. However, I suggest that you also give yourself more credit. You may have much to learn, but you will learn them in good time. This time you were faced with numerous trials, yet did you not accomplish your mission in spite of them. Aye, listen to Eorzea. We came back with the tome. No one can say we didn't do our jobs. Look at you, a bit of praise and your stunned marmot. That won't do it all. If you're going to shape the future of our nation, you're going to have to shape up. You are right, Gudalo. From leading our unit to fulfilling my promise to Norval, much rest on my shoulders. Come what may, I will ever stand tall and forge on. Shato, I must needs to go file my report, but ere I leave, allow me to offer you my heartfelt thanks, not only for your invaluable aid, but for being an example to me. By following your lead, I shall strive to become the best leader I can, and that my unit's song may one day serve to rouse all Gridania. And off he goes. Good that he's hale and healthy hearty at any rate. I'll stick with Sanson for a while. Make sure he doesn't tear open any stitches. In the meantime, would you go and let Jahantel know that we're returned? I'll be along myself soon. But speaking of the old man, to think that he knew Vayne Shalon's son. You don't get to that age and not rub shoulders with a legend or two, eh? He might have been lying! He probably was lying! Fish. Fish. I see. My thanks for bearing word. Though Sanson and Gudalo may not have endeared themselves to the Twin Adder leadership, they have found a stout ally in Commander Huey. I must say, it truly stirs the spirit to see the younger generation blaze with a new path. And I pray that Norval too will find his own path to walk, one that is paved not with hatred but with hope, that leads to peace both in the world and in his heart. 'Tis what his ancestors would have wished. In him I see them, and it calls to mind the days spent learning boho and song under his great-grandsire, a kindly old man who tirelessly tended to his father's grave, never forgetting the ideals he stood for. Somewhere along Lord Vayne Shalon's line, Those ideals had faded away, but thanks to you and yours, they may yet be restored, and made bolder still by true remembrance of the past, and the world shall be a better place for it. Alright. Now, I'm not going to do the scholar job quests, the 10 levels of scholar job quest I have to do at the moment. Mostly because I don't want to. So instead, what we're going to do is I'm going to put a poll up, and people are going to vote on a question. And some of you will know what this question pertains to, and some of you won't. But I encourage everyone to vote nonetheless. Oh, there is now a poll up. Everyone, take a look at the poll. Even if you don't know what it means, vote. No, I just don't want to at the moment. Alright, Magic DPS is the winner. I will do it. Like, I'm not saying I don't want to. At all. I'm just saying I don't want to now. Or is, like... Is the healer one that good? Let it be the last one. Okay. It's like good to the point of it should be the last one to close them out. Okay. I've run in the wrong direction, haven't I? Yes, I have. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. What? Or like this blue quest and that blue quest and that blue quest. Oh my god, that's a level 1 blue quest. What? And that blue quest and that blue quest and... Oh yeah, that's all of them, apart from these ones here. Hello, Insanity. How are you? Long time no see. Well, at least long time no see here. I'm doing pretty good. Let me guess. You're standing in front of Serig. Bounty hunter, no peril. No... No peril? Non-parel? What is it with this game's obsession with French? I'm assuming that's French. It seems like a good idea. If you're that tired, definitely. Yeah, well, it doesn't sound like you've been getting enough sleep lately. And this is probably my fault. You stay up for me. Anyway, let me guess. You're standing in front of Serig, bounty hunter non-parel, because you've a mind to aid me in felling the dread Phronesis. Do I have the right of it? Or do I have the right of it? I mean, I'm not doubting that it's fun. I'm just saying you're doing it, and it's causing you to not sleep. Fronvoises? You're the response out of who? Like, responsible compared to... Ignore. Ah, we're just ignoring that. If I didn't know better, I could have sworn you just suggested that you're unfamiliar with Phronesis. But that couldn't be. No sinner worth his salt could be so ignorant. Ah. For better or worse. Allow me to elaborate. Phronesis isn't your run-of-the-mill stray sin-eater. He's one of the nastiest the realm has seen. Formed from the remains of one of those goddamn warriors of light. There are 4 of them all told. Crawled up from the bowels of the deepest hell after being buried for nigh on a century. If the tales are true. People have come to call them cardinal virtues. Before he was transformed into a sin-eater, Phronesis was none other than Archmage Niallbert, whose baleful magics were feared the realm over. Oh, but bad decisions are so fun. I tilted my head back to say that and rested it on the back of my chair, and I'm like, I don't want to move now. Which is slightly inconvenient, because I'm just staring at the ceiling. Okay, I moved. Though, it's only been a few short years since he first showed up in Amarang, he's already preyed on far too many innocents with his foul sorcery. Not keen on seeing their trade routes disrupted, the local merchants have placed a healthy bounty on his head. Of course, I'd like nothing more than to fell this fiend single-handed and claim the entire bounty for myself. Unfortunately, circumstances have dictated that I recruit a companion, and that's where you come in. Provided that you can prove to me that you possess the rather specialized set of skills that I require. I promise I'll make it worth your while. But Graham, if you stop people from chainsaw juggling, how are people going to get good at chainsaw juggling? You know, gotta practice. Because once you know what you're doing, it's not a bad idea anymore. Not a bad offer, wouldn't you say? If you fancy yourself up to the task, come find me in Amarang. I mean to set off for there shortly. It's like, you know, here's the, don't try this at home, kids. But, you know, it's a bad idea for most people to, like, fucking spin knives around between their fingers and, like, thread them and stuff like that. But I've also been doing that my whole life with just about any object that goes into my hand. Knives included. So it's not a terrible idea for me to do it, because I've had a lot of practice, and I don't cut myself doing it. But it's a terrible idea for most people to do that. Practice makes things not bad. Practice makes things not bad ideas. That's how that works. So you came. It's good to see someone who isn't all talk. As fortune would have it, another Sin-Eater, a far less imposing specimen than Phronesis, of course, has been sighted to the west. Prove to me you have the skills to back up your words, and we'll talk further. That's like me with, anytime I see someone, you know, handle a big cat, like a tiger or something. I see people, videos of people doing that. I was like, I could do that. I want to pat the tiger. I want to hang out with those big lions and shit. That being said, I have pat a lion cub before. That was a hell of an experience. Oh, I'm on fire. Ah, I have this problem. Rambling Dragon. The answer is probably everything, honestly. There's not a ton that's worth keeping at the low levels. Like, I'm really bad with hoarding my inventory. Like, I've just got like a lot of food here, potions that I never use, lots of fishing baits, more fishing baits, some fish, some random things, carrot, stuff that I really need to get rid of. Some triple triad cards. Oh, that's a new one. I emptied this yesterday, Graham. I sorted my inventory yesterday. Oh, if half of them are fish, you can sell literally all of them. Unless you're planning on being a culinarian. In which case, cook all of them and then sell them. So, wait, what did Jacksepticeye do? You know what I keep forgetting is a thing? I have saddlebags on my chocobo. I keep forgetting these are a thing. And now I will continue to forget they are a thing. Because I have closed the window again. Good show, friend. I wasn't sure what to expect from you, but seeing you in battle has left me with little doubt. Seems I've found myself a formidable ally. And so, I'll extend the offer in earnest. Help me hunt down Phronesis, and we'll split the bounty down the middle. Well, what do you say? That's the spirit. Now, there's more you should know before we proceed. Come with me to Mordsuk, my base of operations, and I'll fill you in on the details. Oh, but yeah, with fish, just sell them. Unless you're gonna cook them. What level is your fisher now? Welcome to Mordsuk, friend. As you can see, it is a bustling trade post, frequented by merchants from across the realm. At least it was, before Phronesis showed up and started preying on unwitting of travelers. Hence the bounty, you see. The lucrative reward has attracted the attention of one capable bounty hunter after the next. Yet the fiend still roams. You can probably imagine why. Those few have seen Phronesis and return to tell the tale, speak of the great horrors they witness. Ah, you haven't done much more ocean fishing? You just passively level up so much when you do ocean fishing. Cavernous black holes materializing out of thin air, swallowing everything around them into the abyss. People have taken to calling them the Hollows. Rumor has it that one barely has time to lay eyes on Phronesis before he summons forth the Hollows, which proceed to consume everything in sight. And I do mean everything. Just the other day, an entire caravan was devoured by the Hollows, leaving only nothingness behind. Mages have postulated that these holes are likely tears in the fabric of our reality, gateways to other worlds, to put it another way. At any rate, suffice to say that the next man to come back from the void will be the first. And yet, there's something odd about it all. Witnesses say that Phronesis doesn't seem to go out of his way to prey on people or settlements. He simply stumbles across the wastes, summoning hollows one after the next, and their destruction follows as a matter of course. Needless to say, drawing too near to the fiend is tantamount to suicide. Even attacks from afar have all but been futile. Phronesis simply summons the hollows to consume every incoming arrow. With every conceivable means of attack foiled, even the most savvy bounty hunters have all but thrown up their hands, even though the bounty now stands at some 9 or 10-fold the original amount. I'm of a different mind, however. The way I see it, if there's only one way, if only there were a way to neutralize the hollows, we'd more than stand a chance against Phronesis himself. This is why I require your services. Your easy triumph over the Sin Eater spoke clear. You're a mage of no common skill. If anyone has the arcane knowledge and aptitude to help me figure out a way to defend against the Hollow, it is you. Don't worry, I fully intend to shoulder my share of the burden, and so I plan to gather all the information we might need before asking you to put yourself in harm's way. And with that, I'd best get to work. Once I've formulated a proper plan of attack, we'll talk again. Until then, I suggest you continue to hone your casting skill. The battle that awaits us will not be an easy one. Right, I'm going to take a quick bio break. Enjoy some music in my absence. Not that one. Damn it. Thus far, no one has given me the answer as to where all of my music is from. I had issued a challenge at one point that there would be a prize if someone had done so. That music was playing, right? Hold on. Yeah, okay, it was, yeah. I mean, the challenge is still live. Every single piece of my, like, music that I use for, like, my starting stream, my ending stream, my Be Right Back is from the same thing. Indeed it is. Ah, there you are. And your timing couldn't be better. As luck would have it, a little bird told me that Phronesis was sighted in the vicinity not long ago. Don't you worry. I have no intention of rushing in like a fool. My plan is to shadow the Sin Eater from afar, that we might observe the hollows with our own eyes and formulate a suitable plan of attack. To that end, I procured this mannequin from a merchant acquaintance of mine at the Crystarium. By setting it off on Phronesis's trail, I'm in to gauge that how wide of a berth we must keep from the fiend so as not to be sucked up into the void. Well, that's for you to find out, Graham. It has some, like, absolutely banger music. I don't have all of the soundtrack. I need to fill in the gaps that I'm missing on my little playlist for stream. It's got some good music, and it's also got some, like, music. This is one here that I'm not, like, super keen on. It's still kind of funky, but it's just kind of, like, repetitive. It is not Chrono Trigger. Shed no tears for the little fellow, friend. His sacrifice will be the key to our success. And yet, as you can see, he's not quite in the best state of repair. Pray lend me a hand in procuring what we need to get him back on his feet. Are mannequins what they call, marmots here? You're a lifesaver, friend. I just spotted a nasty-looking sandskin Sibylle lurking about to the east of here. I do believe that one of their tendons should serve well to put some spring back in this little fellow's step. Snag one for me, and I'll see to the repairs. But no, it is not Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is a game I have never played. It is something that I intend to play at some point. I never got around to it. I might do it on stream at some point. But I have so much to stream. So much Final Fantasy XIV. Which Castlevania? Symphony? I can't say I've ever, like, taken note of the music from Castlevania. I've played Symphony of the Night quite a bit. But nothing in the music, like, necessarily jumps out at me. From memory, at least. Any luck in finding that tendon? For my part, I've acquired something that should serve as a makeshift gear. Cost me an arm and a leg, but hey, if it helps us claim the bounty in the end, it'll be more than worth it. Perfect. Yes, I reckon this is durable and elastic enough to replace the mannequin's snapped drive belt. I'll fetch my toolbox and get started straight away. This guy's a mechanic. In the meantime, why don't you scout us out a suitable lookout point? Phronesis was last sighted just southeast of town. Try to find us a spot on higher ground, out of sight from the main thoroughfare. I can imagine. A lot of, if it was Symphony, a lot of PS1 era games had a really strong, like, jazz backing to their music. Like a jazz vibe. Especially games made in Japan. What the fuck is that? Oh there, friend. As you can see, our clockwork friend is back up in tip-top shape. And since it appears you've found us the perfect lookout spot, why don't we get down to work? I'll kindle us a fire. We might be here for a while. Well, I'll be. There's the bastard. So this one doesn't pop in and out of existence like the other one did. Look closely now and hold your gaze. You must witness the sheer horror with your own two eyes. Damn, we seem pretty close. Hey, that's the same stuff that the Lalai has. No, we mustn't send out the mannequin too soon. If Phronesis sees it, he may very well blast it to bits before it has a chance to investigate the hollows. Another game series that I missed. Like, it just wasn't on my radar at the right time. Something that is on my list to go back and play at some point. And there he goes. I'll send the mannequin in to trail him. Let's sit back and enjoy the show. Just as I expected. Gone without a trace. Shed no tears for our little friend. Through his sacrifice, we now know just how much distance we must keep from the hollows to avoid being sucked into the void. I mean, technically they're all different game series. Xenogears, Xenosaga, and Xenoblade. They're all unconnected. Technically. Technically. Now, it's our turn. Let's edge a bit closer and see what we can observe. Mind you, take care not to wander too close, lest you fancy a vacation to a dark, shadowy abyss. Hey, let me just, like, do a swan dive into it. If they take me to another universe, I get to explore more. It's as if a shadowy whirlwind rages inside, ready to suck anything and everything into the void. I've seen many a horrific sight in my day, but this sends a shiver up my side. Shide? Spine. Let me out. It's so dark in here. Why the pale face, friend? You look as if you've seen a ghost. A voice, you say? From inside the hollow? But that's impossible. Is anyone out there? Please help me. Help me get out of here. Was that a voice? Is someone out there? If you can hear me, please, you must help me. I can't see anything. No road, no trees. Not even an ether current to follow. Which way do I go? How do I get out of this place? This voice. What in God's name is it saying? The voice of a boy, you say, claims he's lost inside, with no aether current to follow. Sounds like he's adrift in the flow. Not unlike what would happen if an aetherite to which one was teleporting to was destroyed in mid-journey. Some of the guesses here, things have been on the right vibe. Wait a minute. What if there's some way you could channel your ether into the void? Might that not allow your etheric form to serve as a beacon of sorts to guide the child back to us? Of course, not that I know how I would go about that. You reckon you could do just that? I won't even think of asking how. Do your damnedest. When the fuck did I learn how to do this? Oh wait, this is just generic magey shit, isn't it? Wicked White. I knew you were no ordinary sinner, but even still you find ways to surprise me. Where am I? Well, this is a fucking trip. Well, I'll be damned. There was a child inside. Our little expedition has left us with more questions than answers, eh? But for now, this boy needs our care. Let us carry him back to Mordsuk and find him a warm bed and some nourishment. Was that a panning shot to show me there was someone watching us? There's so many old JRPGs that I never played, and I really need to. Secret of Mana is another one. Though I think Secret of Mana might be a little too old for me to, properly enjoy. The boy's resting now. He is weak, but not wounded. At least as far as I can tell. Needless to say, his presence raises questions. Are there others trapped on the other side of the hollow? If so, might they also be returned to our world alive? There is much we must ask him when he awakes. On another subject, this might be an odd question, but have you ever looked after a child before? 100%. Yep, that's the correct answer. Duke Nukem. Which one, though? Have I looked after a child? I don't think so. When have I looked after a child? That makes two of us. Bounty hunters like me don't get much opportunity for babysitting. Still, until we can track down the boy's parents, I suppose I have little choice but to look after him myself. I think I've only played Duke Nukem 3D? No, there's two Duke Nukums I've played. I think both of them were on the PS1 though. I suppose the first order of the day should be getting some food in his belly. He does look terribly pale, after all. He thinks I'll be hunting for some meat. I do love me some Doom. No, perhaps I should take him to a physician first. After all, he may be suffering from some ailment inscrutable to the eye. Maybe I should... Damn it all. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. I'm a big fan of... I always forget the string of numbers, but like E130 fucking... whatever song is the intro to the original Doom. Is it E1M1? Oh. I thought it was slightly longer than that. As much as I love the remake's version of that song, like it's really nice and heavy, I wish it still had the speed of the original. It's just too slow. It doesn't feel quite right. The speed from the original, like E1M1, is so good. There you are. You'll be happy to know that the boy is awake, and seems to be no worse for the wear. Physically speaking, at least. There's just one rub, you see. He has no recollection of where he came from, or just how he managed to get swallowed up into the void. In fact, other than his own name, Taina, he can't remember much of anything at all. He seems a good lad, mind you. Eats my half-assed cooking with a smile and nary a word of complaint. Yet, I reckon he's hurting inside. And badly. We must reunite him with his parents with all due speed. I suggest that he go for a stroll around Mordsuk in hopes that the sights might help him jog his memories. He can't have wandered far. Why don't you go check up on him? You know, I never thought about like the parallel between like Master of Puppets and E1M1 has, but no, yeah, there's definitely a vibe there. Do not tell me you're the one who rescued me from the flow. Yes, I feel from you the same warmth that reached out to me when I was adrift in the ether. Oh, I'll be damned. The boy's a sharp one. That's not the least of it. The carer who examined him say they could feel a great power welling up from within him. Despite his young age, Taina here seems to possess a remarkable command of the magical arts. Perhaps I do, and yet I cannot say. And try as I might, I can recall nothing of who I am or where I came from. Only the darkness. I had that with there's a few tracks in the like early Naruto soundtrack. Um that I think it's like I think it's like Might Guy's theme or Rock Lee's theme or something like that from like really early Naruto. Is just a Black Sabbath song. I forget which one, but like they sound almost identical. No need for apologies, boy. You did well to make it back to us. Speaking of which, can you remember anything at all of what you felt when you were adrift in the void? That I remember, or at least I think I do. I recall a vague sensation of someone passing alongside me. Indeed, I believe that was what roused me from my slumber. No. So that one's not just a parallel. Like there is a lot of Japanese artists that are unfortunately when they make soundtracks for video games and anime, they do often just straight rip off Western music. The composer for the original Budokai games for Dragon Ball Z, um, he was found to do that. Like, and you can look up comparison videos on YouTube and stuff for like the music in Budokai 2 and 3 and what Western songs they sound like, and like, oh my god, there's so much. If the Hollows truly are a gate between worlds, that would mean that someone recently traveled from ours to another. Or from another to ours? But that's not possible. Or is it? You'd be surprised. You know something I don't, friend? Worry not. I won't pry for details. No sense in racking our brains over matters beyond our comprehension. Let's concentrate on what we can do. Namely, finding the boy here a home. No doubt his memories will come back to him in due time. You'd truly do that for me? But the two of you have already saved my life. I couldn't possibly burden you any further. I have a question, Graham. A lore question. I'm only pointing it at you because I don't know who else is listening. Anyone else who might know the answer is free to answer as well. Do the Void Scent have any presence in the first? Interesting. I guess it's because all the shards connect to the source and not really each other. That's true. The power of light would be too strong for the Void Scent to want to come here anyway. That does make sense. But, yeah. I do imagine that it would be, like some instance of, like, the shards aren't really connected to each other, it seems. Everything's just connected to the source. It's no burden at all. Besides, if we can figure out just who you are and where you came from, it might just lead us to the answers we seek. Now, let's consider the options. One possibility is that you're an orphan, all alone in this world, with not a soul to care for or look after you. And yet, this seems unlikely. Yes, the mystical powers you possess say otherwise. If you are truly as skilled in magic as they say, then it stands to reason that someone trained you in the art. Who this master of yours is, and whether they are of your blood, you are of their blood, or simply received their tutelage, this I cannot say. But either way, I'm certain they're worried sick about you. If that truly is so, I would very much like to meet this person too. That settles it then. Let's get down to business. I took the liberty of inquiring around Mord Sook and the Crystarium. Unfortunately, there have been no reports of missing persons matching Tanor's description. Which means that we have no choice but to take our search elsewhere. I know of a merchant in town who travels often to take him far afield. Let us have a talk with him and see if he's heard of any helpful rumors. Yeah. Though I do imagine if the rejoining failed in the first, like it did with the Void, then the Source would have a whole bunch of Sin Eaters randomly showing up, like this, like the Source has a whole bunch of like Void Scent showing up constantly. Rumors of a missing boy, you say? Funny you ask. It's a long shot, I reckon, but I overheard something the other day that might be of use. On my way to Mord Sook, I stopped over at the inn at Journey's Head. There I met an ailing mage. As the curers told it, he'd been ambushed by a Sin Eater, and was separated from his child in the battle. Bloody hells, could it be? If the Sin Eater attacked the poor man was from Nesis, that would explain everything. You disagree with that my assessment, or Graham's assessment? Which part, like, how does disagree? Correct me. Also, on this note, Rambling Dragon, if you're listening, maybe stop listening. This is very, very like spoilery lore stuff. It might go entirely over your head, like I imagine some of this would have if I was listening to this when I was at the place in the game that you are, but still. This man you speak of, he could be my father? We must go to him at once. Agreed. I only hope the man is... No, there's no point in presuming the worst. Let us make for the inn, and let's see what the carers there can tell us. Because, okay, so my understanding of it, Thyrus, is that the Void happened because the Ascians failed to rejoin it when they corrupted the world. They corrupted the whatever, I can't remember what number it is, but they corrupted that one, but they failed to actually rejoin it. So it became the Void. And the creatures they create, the 13th, and the creatures that they created within the 13th were the Void Sent, well, like the corruptions of the people within. And because it never rejoined, it became its own plane of existence. And what I was saying was, if the first failed the rejoining in the same way, becoming its own plane of existence, the Sin Eaters would be the Void Sent of this place. And they would just, like, be trying to attack into the source in the same way that the Void Sent are trying to attack into the source from the 13th, now the Void. That's kind of my assessment there. Not that if the rejoining happened, we'd have random Sin Eaters attacking, but if the rejoining failed in the same way that the 13th failed. Oh, okay. I do forget about the difference, like the passivity and active side of light and dark, like the astral and umbral side of things, rather than just the light and dark. I don't think about that stuff as much. Entropy, and the fuck's the opposite of entropy? There's a word for it. Opposite of entropy is... Well, that's not helpful. Negentropy, which is negative entropy. Oh, there's another word there. Okay. It might not parallel to entropy very well, then. Anyway. Oh there. I hear there's a mage in your care who's lost his boy. Well, I do believe we have him right here. I fear there must be some mistake. The boy in question has already been found. This is him, right here. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen when I saw this child here. What? So it wasn't my father after all. This boy with you, he too has been separated from his family? Just so. We heard that a man here was looking for his son, so we hoped. Alas, it seemed it wasn't meant to be. But there are many people here, yes? Might I ask around and see if any of the others are my family? But of course. Yet, many of the people here are quite ill, and in many cases, in considerable pain. It is not a place for a young child to walk about unattended. Indeed it is not. Guess that means either myself or a Shato here should accompany him. I'll go with him. The walk might help me, and take my mind off things. Not a bad idea. If the lad doesn't mind, I reckon Tano would rather be with someone of his own age. See, that one's the thing. Like, is light born of Hydaelyn, or is Hydaelyn born of light? Because if light is born of Hydaelyn, then sure, that makes sense. But if Hydaelyn is born of light, then that doesn't strictly... Like, it still could be the case, but it doesn't... Oh no, yeah, it still tracks. Because, like, light is a natural state of ether, which would have persisted prior to Hydaelyn. I mean, Emmett told us a lot about Hydaelyn and Zodiac. Zodiac was made as like a problem to some calamity that was, I think, defined, but I didn't quite grasp what their calamity was. They gave birth, they gave life to their own star, was Zodiac was, and then a separate group gave life to light, which was the opposite of Zodiac, or something like that. Emmett said a lot about the two of them, though. Yes, yeah. I've primals, yes, I know that, but... Which means that, no, yeah, so that means that both of them are just born of, like, Hydaelyn is born of light. Light is not born of Hydaelyn. But something being in tune with their own ether means that Hydaelyn could actually reach the power and re-empower herself. I see. I mean, yeah, but, like, that didn't exactly say what the calamity was. No, I do remember... No, actually it did. That's right, it was just the creation magics running rampant. Things like errant thoughts becoming reality, that's right. They were too in tune with their own own powers of creation. So just like fucking, you know, I think of big monster... Child thinks of big monster in the closet. Big monster in the closet appears. That's right, that's what the calamity was. Which doesn't necessarily say why that was happening, just that it was. Unless it did say, and I've just forgotten. If the lad doesn't mind... There we go. I read that part. Use Zodiac's power of darkness and activity. Could it be forestalled? You know, it honestly seems like it would have been a better plan to summon an entity of light to use the power of stagnation to stop it from happening. Because it would have stagnated the progress of whatever was going on as well. But I guess their inherent power was more shadow rather than light. Like, they were... I think they were feeding on... Like, they used darkness as their primary, like, element. The pre-people. The pre-Asians. I say this mostly because Emmett seemed to be uncomfortable in the first. Like, the powers of light seemed to hurt him. But that also might just be Zodiac's influence. Being a being of shadow. And a worshipper of the being of shadow. Rather than, like, his own personal essence. Yeah. Is that the general term for them, the Ancients? Take his mind off things? Speaking of which, how is the boy's father holding up? I fear the poor man has already departed on his journey. He is a man no longer. I'm gonna stick with Ancients. Amarothians. Amarothians? Oh, that's not as difficult to say as I thought it was going to be. The child insisted upon staying by his father's side until the end, until the last. I permitted this out of respect for him, though part of me regrets the choice. None so young should suffer such horrors. It was some small solace to learn that he has living relatives who reside at the Crystarium. In fact, I was just making preparations to escort him there myself. I see. Reckon we should also find someone to look after Tainer as well. Don't get me wrong, friend. I haven't given up on the prospect of finding the boy's family, but we have no other leads, and a deadly sin-eater is still on the loose. If the lad tags along with us every step of the way, he's far more likely to end up dead or worse, than to ever reunite with his family. Here's what I propose. We find someone to watch after Tainor for the time being, get back on the hunt, and gather whatever clues we can about his origins along the way. Aye, that goes without saying. Let us have a talk with the proprietor of the Wandering Steers. He's a kindly enough chap, and knows damn well near everyone in these parts. With any luck, he'll be able to direct us to a willing and able guardian. Thank you for your lore knowledge, Thyrus. Once I'm in, 100%, once I am in current content, I'm going to be the biggest fucking lore nerd. I'm gonna be doing all of the deep dives on stuff. I've just been refraining from doing it because I don't want to accidentally spoil myself on anything. But I'm gonna be the biggest fucking lore nerd. I'm gonna read all the wikis. Alright, someone let Rambling Dragon know. Well, end of this conversation now, and someone let Rambling Dragon know that they can listen again. Look, I don't like this any more than you do, but it's the best we can do for the boy, given our circumstances. At any rate, let's find him and share the news. Don't worry, it's my decision. I intend to take full responsibility for it. Dip-a-da. Wow. Oh, I went too far. Bad news, friends. It seems the two young ones got into a quarrel of sorts, and Taylor's up and run away. Seems the lad mentioned how he'd come out from one of the hollows, and the other boy put two and two together and figured he'd be attacked by a sin-eater. Then I said my dad was attacked by a sin-eater, and then he turned into one himself, so I asked, what if you turn into a sin-eater too? Right, hold on, I'll do it. There we go. What do you mean? What do you mean? Over and over and over again. I just couldn't take it anymore. Before I knew it, I was shouting at him, "Shut up! Just shut up! I bet you're turning into a senator already. Why did I say such a mean and nasty thing? Don't be so hard on yourself, lad. Both of you have had a rough go of it these past few days. Nobody could blame either one of you for feeling a bit on edge. But we must hurry and find Tainer before he comes to harm. Ah! Hello, Pix. How are you? Let's split it up. I'll search the west, and you take the east. And be careful out there. I don't know. I'm not muted this time, right? No, you can hear me. I'm doing the jiggle. That's good to hear. It might be because I'm really struggling to read today, so I'm being really, like, methodical with the way I'm doing my, like, dialogue reading. Fuck. My ability to word has been awful. Sweet. I don't want to spoil you on stuff. Like, I don't imagine you would have, like, really understood what we were talking about, but just in case. It's many layers upon layers of, like, bullshit. It is currently 1:25 AM for me. You can see it on the stream feed. The messages have my timestamp on them. When I heard the clamor of battle, I feared the worst, but I see you have everything under control. Are you okay, lad? Forgive me. I don't deserve this kindness. I was so scared. I was worried about what would become of me if I never recovered my memories. And then I started thinking, what if I ended up like that boy's father? What if it's already happening to me? It's one matter you needn't worry yourself with. The carer who examined you told me as much. You suffered no direct wounds. You are in no more danger of turning into a Sin Eater than Oshatu or me. Is that so? It's good to hear. But I must apologize to that boy. I should have known better than to badger him about such things, especially after what happened to his father. What am I doing? I'm doing the magical DPS role quest from Shadowbringers. Why am I being test? Funny thing that. He was saying the same thing about you. You both have good hearts, lad. And you've been through more than any man should. There is no need to be ashamed about your feelings. Well, no MSQ yet. I'll get back to the MSQ eventually, but not yet. I want to do more things. I want to get all my role quests done. I want to level some stuff. I want to get more classes. And it's not fishing time yet. That's in half an hour. Still, there's so much I do not understand about this world. Why does no one here know of me? Am I doomed to be alone for the rest of my days? Kid, we've looked around one area. Why must it be this way? If only I could remember. Something. Anything. I'm sick of not knowing who I am. I'm sick of being alone. See, this is one of those instances where it'd be really handy to be able to like have active control over the echo. Speak of the devil! Now it's your turn, Taino, and do not be disheartened by your last attempt. Even the greatest of mages have known failure. Your command of magic is the equal of my own. If I can succeed, there is no reason why you cannot. Free your mind of worry and focus. This is the guy! 100% this is the guy. This will be some fucking, like, mishap of when they were training together. Thank you, Nailvert. I'll try my best. I was correct! I think that was his name. I don't remember. Wicked White. Are you alright, Oshato? I remember now. I was standing here on these blighted plains, my head hanging low in shame. Then Albert turned to me with a smile and heartening words. No, but why does that name sound so familiar? I reckon we've much to discuss. Wait, what am I waiting for? What? What do you mean? Why can't I see? I did say fish in 30. The boat's up in 30. What? I don't understand what you're asking about me not seeing. What am I not seeing? I don't know why I can't see what what are you asking? I'm so confused. Oh, I can't read. This was what I said. I can't read at the moment. Um, I've been struggling like reading out the dialogue my entire stream. So I guess like if I was sounding sad because I was being a little bit more monotone, because like in my dialogue reading I'm having to think a lot more about what's actually written in front of me. I've been tripping over words all fucking night. I reckon we've much to discuss, but not in this godforsaken place. Let's head back to the inn and see if we can't get to the bottom of this. Why am I so zoomed in? Tina, are you alright? I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said those nasty things. Forgive me for reacting as I did. I'm fine. In fact, I seem to have recovered some of my memories. Really? That's wonderful. Maybe you won't feel so scared and alone anymore? I'm leaving to go live in the Crystarium with my relatives. Promise me you'll come visit? I mean, after you get your memories back and all, of course. It's a promise. Until next time, my friend. I knew that you two would work things out. Now, let's return to Mordsuk. We have more than our share of questions that need answering. Teleport. As I saw it, first you fainted all of a sudden, and when you came to, a portion of Taina's memories had returned. What in the world happened out there? The power to look into the past, eh? And you're certain of what Ashato described matches up with your recollection of the past. I don't know how to break this to you, lad, but your friend Naubert that was with you that day, he's no ordinary boy. He's none other than the very man who became Phronesis, one of those goddamn warriors of light. If he was just a young child in your memories, that would mean that what you saw took place over 100 years ago. Would that it were just a coincidence, another boy with the same name? But, judging from the formidable command of magic, we can only assume it was him. On the way back, I managed to recall some more about Naubert and myself. We were taken in by a group of mages, a consortium of sorts. They were searching for a means to open a hole into another world, and were recruiting young children with high magical aptitude for the task. Naubert and myself were the two they chose. It can't be serious, and yet that would explain the Sin-Eater's ability to summon those damn hollows. And if you possess the same knowledge and training as Naubert did, it could also explain why you were able to survive in there all that time. But what I don't understand is, why haven't you aged at all? I cannot say for sure, and yet my memories, they are slowly coming back to me. In time, I may be able to help you find a way to close the hollows. You're a lifesaver if you could, but don't overburden yourself. You're still recovering, after all. In the meantime, don't worry, Ashati and I will see that you're safe. One moment. I'll just finish this dialogue. I just need to get up for a second. I thought that Taina was a victim of a Sin-Eater. To think he was actually friends with the man himself. back when he was still a man. This can't be simple coincidence. Yes, I'm convinced of it now. The child holds the key to defeating Phronesis. We must keep him safe and not let him out of our sights. Besides, look at how hard he's trying to recover his memories. I'm not so heartless as to kick the poor lad aside before he'd figured matters out. But we can't very well rush things. You and I will continue to prepare for the battle ahead, while waiting for the rest of Taina's memories to come back to him. That is to say, if that's alright with you, lad? I'm so sorry, I couldn't possibly burden you any further. Look, lad, I've only known you a short while, but I can tell you've got a good heart, and a good head on your shoulders. I can only begin to imagine the horrors you've been through, not to mention the fears and uncertainty you face even now. But I want you to promise me this. No more apologies. You're no burden to us, not in the least. You're a valuable member of our band. As long as you're willing, I want you with us. Isn't that right, Oshato? Nah, fuck him. I see. Thank you, Serik. Thank you, Oshato. I will aid in your quest in whatever way I can. Now that's more like it. We're counting on you, lad. I will return in a couple of seconds. Why are we panicking? Why are we panicking? I'm not dead. Panic? $76, $74. That's not the correct button. This one. I do live. Good news, friend. Taina here has told me that his memories are starting to come back to him. There's one recollection in particular he says he's eager to discuss with the two of us. Tell us, lad, what is it? As time goes by, memories of my earlier days return to me piece by piece. Nalbert and I were born to members of a great consortium of mages. From our earliest years, we were tutored in the magical arts by some of the realm's greatest scholars. The consortium's leaders sought to find a way to open a hole in time and space, a portal to other worlds, from which they could summon forth beasts of great power. Nalbite and I were chosen to participate in the research. Summoning beasts from beyond our world? You're Major Shato. Is that even possible? Voidsent? Never heard of them, but I'll take the answer as a yes. May just come up with the damnedest ideas, eh? And yet, I don't understand. Why ever would they use two young boys for such a dangerous experiment? The beasts our masters sought to summon reside in planes most distant from our own. Reaching across a great distance required a tremendous store of innate etherical power. And so our masters set about to breed the perfect mages. Marriages were arranged to wed the mightiest members of the consortium to one another, in hopes that they would bring forth children of theretofore unheard of magical aptitude. Finally, they succeeded. And you were born, and Nilebert. Indeed. From even before we could speak, we were taught the complex incantations required to breach the boundaries between worlds. We practiced these spells day after day, night after night, what seemed an eternity. At long last, we were deemed ready to attempt the summoning. Sadly, the experiment ended in failure. The pull from beyond the rift was too strong to resist, and I was sucked into a hollow of my own creation. And there I remained trapped, alone and adrift in that empty void, until a Shato called me back to this world. Alas, over a century had passed since that fateful day. That's the one thing I still don't understand. If so many years had truly passed, why is it that you have not aged even a whit? I cannot say for certain, but I remember the words of one of my teachers. The rift is not unlike a border between countless worlds, a place that exists beyond time and space. It is true that the rift exists outside of our concept of time, then it is all too possible that even seconds spent in that empty pocket could correspond to months, years, or decades in our world. And so you've returned to us just as you were that day, even while over a century has passed for the rest of us. But why didn't Nilebert save you? Shouldn't it have been as simple as opening up another portal to the void where you were trapped? I fear that would have been close to impossible. Opening the portal and reaching as far into the rift as we did required all of our energies to be focused in unison. So, in losing you, not only did Nilebert lose his friend, but lost his only chance of saving you. Talking about being dealt a rough hand. Fear not. I have good news to share as well. I do believe I've managed to recall the incantations needed to summon and manipulate the Hollows. Summoning beasts from beyond the rift is far beyond my powers, but I just might be able to seal up the Hollows. Phronesis so enjoys summoning. What say you, friends? Shall we give it a try? What a gung-ho little kid. Oh, now that's music to my ears. But let's not be too hasty after all. The last time you tried to use this magic, there were some complications, to say the least. Yes, we must take the necessary precautions before confronting Phronesis in earnest. Let us meet outside the village, where Tenno can test out his magic safe from harm. Wow. Oh, it looks like I have to leave queue for this one. it's not the correct button. That one is the correct button. And I left Q and everything. God damn it. I guess that's... Okay, yeah, that's... Wicked White, you did it, lad. Sadly, I have not the strength to reach further beyond, nor keep the portal open for more than a few moments. No, I will need further training before I can face... No. Phronesis. Where the hells did that bastard come from? Damn it all. I'm too close. I can feel it pulling me in. No, Nilebert! These are my friends. You mustn't hurt them. He just made it smaller. Which I guess is helpful, because it's smaller pull. Oh. You know, these echo things are really inconvenient. This isn't good. The cave-in's completely sealed off the tunnel behind us. We've no recourse but to press on without our companions. You heard her. What'll it be? I suppose it falls to us to slay the beast and collect the bounty. Perhaps you and your band would care to take the lead? Spare me your japes. You have no intention of giving up your prize. Mind you, I too made a promise to my companions. A promise I mean to keep. I told you that splitting up was a bad idea. If Brandon and Ray were here, the second-rate spellcaster would be no match for us. Now, Sylvia. Silva? Let's not forget who our true foe here is. Lumet, you're certain that if we slay this monstrosity, the cave-ins will cease? According to the miners, the beast was first sighted the same day the tremors began. Its very presence sucking the mountain dry of its ether. We dwarves know these caves as well as we know our own bodies. Trust me. Then, I suppose we'd best make short work of it before everything comes crashing down. Hey, where do you think you're going? This guy got fucked up at some point. My apologies. I took your ceaseless prattling as an invitation to proceed on my own. Think yourself clever, do you? You've uncommon confidence to think that you can fell the beast without aid. Answer me this, why is it that you're so intent on claiming the bounty for your own? The bounty? Why indeed? At any rate, unless you've a mind to stand around here until we all get crushed, we'd best be moving on, yes? Finally, something we can agree on. And so, I have a proposal. What say we band together until our battle here is won? The tremors grow stronger. No doubt a cave-in is imminent. Let us vanquish the enemy with our combined strength and quit this place before it becomes our tomb. Until the battle is won, then. And then, after that, I go my own way. Oh! I am Nilebird. What have I got? Ronkin Fire, Ronkin Blizzard, Ronkin Thunder, and Ronkin Flare, and Falling Star. Cool. Flare is my only AoE. It uses all of my mana. Worms. Go on, Oddbot. This is weird doing this without, like, Astral Fire and Umbral Ice. Ah! Excuse me. Oh! That was rude. Don't appreciate it. Ah, look at this conveniently circle arena. Ronkin fire! Ronkin fire! Ronkin blizzard! Ronkin blizzard! Ronkin thunder! Oh no, he's got friends! And like standing here going, Ronkin thunder, Ronkin fire, reminds me of fucking Lucas and Ness from Smash. The PK fire. Damn, that did like no damage. This don't take so long. Alright. Everyone on me. Oh no, he right next to me. But there is no rock to cover behind now. God, hurry up and die, dude. You're not even a hard fight, you just have like too many hit points. Alright, time for another meteor. No! Don't fucking move. God damn it, he moved! Oh shit. The bitch dead? Not dead. Because, like, I feel like I'm counting too many members of this party. Is she not a member of the party? I don't remember all their names, so she could be a Phil member. We've done it. Now to find ourselves a way out. The tremors continue, but why? The fiend has been vanquished, and its ether returned to the mountain. We were wrong. No, it was not the creature itself that was causing the quakes. Rock. Yes. The crystal courses with nigh inconceivable power. A vast wellspring of ether accumulated over the ages. Yes, the beast was but a hungry creature, drawn here by the stone. As was I. You had no interest in the bounty all along? The stone has been laying unchecked for too long. The sheer volume of ether it houses now is so vast and overwhelming it threatens to bring the entire mountain down. For how many years have I searched for it? This precious relic that could afford me the power needed to save my friend. You mean to take the stone from this place? But then, what would happen to the mountain? If the ether is not returned to the earth, it is but a matter of time until the mine collapses. The miners, those who live at the foot of the mountain, countless lives would be lost. There is no time. What can we do? Tano, my friend. Damn it. Damn it all. The tremors have stopped. Pray forgive me. I promise you this. As long as I walk this earth, I shall never, never give up hope. The stone was yours. The stone was yours to do with as you pleased, and still you chose the fate of many over that of your friend. In return for your sacrifice, I would make you an offer. Come with us, and let us join you in your search for a means to save your comrade. The life of an adventurer isn't an easy one, but I dare say you strike me as the sort who might just enjoy it. What say you? We will travel the realm together and lend our strength to whatever unfortunate souls we encountered along the way. And who knows? Before you know it, we might just stumble upon a way to rescue your Taina. I would like that very much. Taina, forgive me. I may have failed you today, but mark my words. For as long as I walk this land, I will not abandon hope. I will find a way to bring you back to us. But today I find myself in the company of new companions, and for now I must lend them my strength, just as they lent theirs to me. Shadow, are you alright? Worry not. Phronesis is long gone. I launched a few arrows in its direction while it was distracted by Taina's spell, and it just stole away. Anyhow, I'm glad you're awake and on your feet again. Come now. Let's hurry back to Mord Sook before the bastard has a change of heart and comes back for us. Pex, you still here? Ba 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 da 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 do. You really gave us a scare back there, clutching your head in pain with a deadly sin eater in plain sight. Let me guess, you had another one of your visions, did you? White, take me. So that's how Naubert and Ardbert met up. It just goes to show that in times of crisis, even the bitterest of rivals can turn fast friends. Now, let's see if I have this straight. Naubert made it his life's mission to save Tainor here, knowing that his own energies wouldn't suffice. He went in search of a relic that would afford him the etheric power needed to reach beyond this world. And deep in the mines that day he found it. Yet in the end, he decided to sacrifice the stone and his own cause to save the lives of countless innocents who called the mountain home. And so did he take his first step down the path of a hero, a warrior of light. So that's why he came back to this place. Why he still summons the Hollows as he did so many years ago. There can be no doubting it. Even now that he's become a Sin Eater, bereft of memory, reason, and any sense of his own actions, the ghastly shell of once was Naubert still haunts the wastelands, searching for a way to bring back his old friend. I only knew him as a child. The whole idea of Sin Eaters and Warriors of Light, it was also new to me. Even as the pieces come together, I could not truly believe what Naubert and this Phronesis are one and the same. But when our gazes first met, standing out there in the wastes, in an instant, I knew it without question. This was my friend. A friend who had been searching for me all these years. At last, I know what I must do. I must stop Phronesis, that my dear friend may finally find peace. Together, we can do this. Thank you, my friends. In the battle, I was able to push Phronesis' hollow away from Sereg. If only for a short distance. With more training, I'm certain I can learn to close them up entirely. After all we've already seen from you, I have no reason to doubt you. If you're game, so are we. Finally. Some cause for hope, eh? But still, we must exercise caution. The last time the boy worked his magic, our foe showed up faster than you can say Phronesis. While this might be simple coincidence, the likelihood is high that the casting of the spell itself summoned the Sin Eater to us. You'd best avoid casting any similar incantations until we've prepared for the final confrontation. I want you to stay close for now. Devote yourself to your studies, and hone your skills. To whatever degree you can in the safety of the village. In the meantime, Ashato and I will redouble our training efforts as well. Should we succeed in finding a way to counteract the hollows, it will come down to our firepower versus our foes. We must be at full strength for the battle, lest we allow victory to slip between our fingers. At the look in your eyes, yes, I can see that you have gained much strength since we last met. You'll be pleased to hear that Tina has managed to make steady progress in his training as well. The boy believes he has regained much of the knowledge and skill he possessed before getting sucked into that pocket of time and space. An admirable feat, considering that it was not long ago that he could scarcely remember his own name. And yet, there is one aspect of his training that has yet to be addressed. Put simply, the boy lacks experience in battle. To work the magic necessary to seal the hollows, I must maintain perfect focus and clarity of mind. If the battle with Phronesis is my first, I fear my concentration will be disrupted all too easily. And so I thought to take the boy out into the wilds, where he might acclimate himself to the battlefield, and further hone his command of magic in the process. And yet, we must keep a wide berth of Armorang. Were we to encounter Phronesis before we are fully prepared, the results could be disastrous. And so, I propose that we go for an excursion of sorts. Would you be willing to accompany us? I believe there is much the boy could learn from your example. Excellent. Then let us make for Lakeland. The beasts of the forest of the Lost Shepherd should provide a fair challenge for the lad. Hopefully it's not another instance thing, so I can do this. I can go back to Black Mage and queue in for that. Oh my god, 19 minutes? I have a question. Is the bonus for the level for the roulette applied when you go into the roulette or when you finish the roulette? Because, like, at this rate, queue time 19 minutes. After my first run of it. Because I'm wondering at this point, because queue time 19 minutes, if I queue into Praetorium, I won't be finished until after reset. So will that count for today's bonus or tomorrow's bonus? Because I haven't done MSQ Roulette today yet. I want it to apply for today's bonus. Because reset's in 40 minutes. If I queue into anything that's not Prey, I should be fine. Because they take less than 20 minutes, I think. Hopefully. But Praetorium 100% takes more than 20 minutes to do, so... No, he's not glowing, so it's not an instant, so I can stay in queue. Ah, there he is. Now, shall we get down to... Huh? Is something the matter? How do you like my new clothes, Chateau? Not only are they stylish, why I can just feel the power welling up from deep within me. They were a present from Sarek. Isn't he the best? It was a simple investment, nothing more. We must seize every possible advantage if we hope to triumph over our foe. But enough idle chit-chat. We have work to do. Ashato, I would ask you begin by setting an example for the boy, showing him precisely how you conduct yourself in battle. We can't very well toss him to the Wolverines all on his own now, can we? I can imagine you don't, given the times that you normally play. So, why don't you get out there and hunt one down for us. Taina, watch carefully and let our shadow show you how it's done. I'm gonna be like far too fucking low level for this. Will do. Thank you for sticking around. Enjoy your sleep. And thank you, Chocobo, for letting me beat that thing that was stronger than I was. That was incredible. The sheer destructive power of your spells. The way you seamlessly weaved one incantation after the next. Everything. But tell me, what would you say is the most important thing a mage should keep in mind when doing battle with a fearsome foe? Casting your spells in the proper sequence is key. But of course, thank you, Ashato. I will endeavor to put everything I have learned from you into practice. Well, here goes nothing. Wait, wait, no, that's not curses. Just stay still so I can hit you already. And that sounds like me fighting things. Steady now. Don't let the enemy fluster you. Keep your focus. Alright, focus. You're a feisty one, aren't you? Ah, that's smart. Ugh, I've seen enough of this. I should probably have a fish. dear. That didn't go nearly as well as I hoped. Don't get so down on yourself, lad. I shouldn't have jumped in the way I did. But I dare say you were starting to get the hang of it there at the end. Though it would be a simple enough task to follow Ashato's lead, but when the savage creature stared me down, I was too flustered to put what I had learned into practice. Indeed. It is not the strength of your magics that is the issue. You simply must learn to compose yourself. What did you think, Ashato? Are there any other words of wisdom you might offer me? Believe in yourself, and all will be fine. Thank you. I'm sure you're right. I can't allow my foe to break my concentration like that. Anyhow, let me try once more. This time will go better, I promise you. Yes, the boy will be fine. I must stay my hand. This time he did it. I did it. The battle is won. Now, that's how you wallop a wolverine. Well done, lad. I'm proud I could be here for your first victory. You're far too kind. I couldn't have done it without you and Ashato here to show me the way. You have my thanks. But don't let up now, boy. You must keep battling until all that you've learned becomes second nature. Now, are you ready? That was rather more difficult than I expected. And yet, thanks to you and Sereg, I feel like I can hold my own on the battlefield now. I have to agree. The way you made short work of that last critter, I'd say it's time you find a more worthy foe. Let us return to Mordsuk and plot our next course of action. Okay, so I want to try and do more of this. Hold on. Did that? Yeah, that... I'm scared of leveling out at the moment. I want to try and get more levels in as a black mage. I might start doing my dailies off stream when, like, in the day when the servers are a little more busy. Because, like, my dailies is just running the same thing. Like, it's just doing the MSQ roulette and do the quest stuff on stream. What do you mean wait time 28 minutes? What the fuck? I ain't getting in before reset. Jesus. Alright. We will end stream there, actually. We shall finish up for the night. Oh. Yes. Thank you all for watching. Thank you so much. Thank you all for watching. It is been a pleasure to have you here watching my stream tonight. I shall be on tomorrow in about 20 hours. And if you want to see more of what my, like, normal time like my timetables are. I've got my timetable on Twitch, of course. The actual like stream titles aren't accurate on that. But Discord, if you want to keep up with stuff a little bit better, I'm starting to post schedules more often, and I'll post like 10 minutes before I go live. So you can always be notified when I'm about to go live before I do, if you want to be here for as much of the stream as you can. Outside of that, if you've been watching for the stream and you're not following, consider dropping a follow. And yeah, if you want to support me in other ways, following my social media is always a good way of doing that. But you can also subscribe. If you gift 3 subscriptions, you get a horse. Da 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 da. You know, wink wink, hint hint, nudge nudge. Anyway, also, if you're interested in any of my VODs, although Twitch has my VODs for the last like 2 weeks or so, if you want to see some of my earlier stuff, if there's a particular piece of content that I did, or that I would have done earlier on that you wanted to see how I reacted to or missed, you should be able to find that on my YouTube channel. There's a link to that in the description of my stream. That has all of my VODs on it, every single one of them. So if you wanted to see anything in particular, you can find the VOD there for that. Other than that, let's go do a raid. You know, hey Fran, are you there at the moment? I'm gonna raid Mione, because he's online at the moment. He's never online when I'm on. I'm gonna look like such a, like, me raiding this big ass channel. It's gonna be a nothing drop. He's also AFK at the moment. Oh well. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow.